You tried that one time? Yeah, it can be rough. Yeah, I feel like I did that one at one point, trying to teach someone React, basically, right? They were making a thing, and they were treating the DOM as a source of truth. So, like, they were extracting values from the HTML, modifying it, then setting values again. And then, you know, just like treating the HTML elements themselves as the thing providing the value instead of their JavaScript code controlling the state. So yeah, I like walked them through a whole bunch of things that eventually ended up mimicking how React's render kind of works. So that was fun. I don't know if they got it. I was still learning, so I probably didn't explain it. But okay, so this is the thing we're making. I know I took my sweet time, didn't I? But we did at least think out some of this stuff. We got a little bit of Mantine in there. So Twitch, username and password. Fields needed for config. And realistically, the user could do whatever they want. I think doing the Twitch login process might be outside of scope right now. We just want to make this work. So yeah, the user will end up just pasting their username and an OAuth token, and we'll call that good, right? And yeah, as we think about it, we don't need that. We do need the channel, actually. Yeah, I think we can just listen in on the channel without even needing credentials. So that should work. Oh, and one second. Oh, there you go, Space Case. Yeah, it, you know, when you said it earlier, I was like, oh, I didn't see it. All right, whatever. Yeah, no stress. Don't worry about that. Yeah, no stress at all, man. Okay, so MVP would just be the agent ID that we have created with channel. All right, so let's actually do that. So we need channel name. We don't need username. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm not sure if we need username or not, right? So it wouldn't be a field. And yeah, I really don't think we need any of this. We do need the channel name, so that's going to be an input. API key and agent ID are going to be inputs. say the Vapi.ai. The Vapi.ai key. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. That's fine. Yeah, no stress. Living up to the name, though, right? Full-on Space Casing. That's a bit on the nose. We'll allow it. All right, so channel name we definitely need. As your Xbox gamer tag? Nice. Ooh, so hold on. Were you a Space Case then? Or is it something you kind of like, you know, grew into, right? Is it causation or correlation? Then and now? All right, that makes sense. Ooh, let me pop out chat for YouTube. If anyone on YouTube wants to chat, feel free. How's music volume on YouTube? Do I need to fiddle with that a bit? It looks okay. But yeah, just let me know if I need to turn the music up on YouTube. All good on YouTube? Perfect. Thank you. All right, so that's where our TMI.js instance would be. We can do just a div. We're gonna do a flex. Less delay for some reason. Makes sense. Ooh, that's a good point, actually. For, yeah. Right? For people who are on mobile, YouTube might work better for chatting, right? Because I've heard people talk about how, they didn't chat much for a specific day because they were on mobile, and it's just, the delay was too much, because it's like 30 seconds or something, right? But that's a Twitch problem. Maybe YouTube doesn't have that issue. That's a good point. I like it. All right, so we're gonna do direction column. This one stays row. We want align, center, justify center. That's true, you won't get your channel points. That's a good point. Touche. And that's important. Yeah, I was like, dude, that was a while ago. Oh yeah, duh. think we need a max height. We can just let that be. But we want this to be like 400 px for the max width. Sure. And then in here, this is where we do like the rows that we care about. All right, so label, this would be channel name. Input would be this. All right, so yeah, label also comes from up here. And we're gonna do this as just like a quick and dirty UI. So it's not gonna be as like fully magically accessible as we're expecting, right? We want it to be good though. So we'll do the whole ID name thing. Next one, API key and agent ID. Probably gonna want bit of a paragraph in here, right? To use this bot, you will need to sign up for Vapi.ai. There we go. Something like that. Not sure how they do affiliate stuff, but whatever. Right, how they do their SEO. But yeah, text. Ooh, is label not part of it? Oh. Nope. Alright, so it would be in Mantine forms, and I just don't care enough. Oop, and yeah, I needed this. Alright. So yeah, this is no longer channel name. This is Vapi API key. Boop, boop, boop. I said agent ID. It's actually assistant. Good place to learn Java? I'm not specific. Like, I don't know any specific places for learning Java. Not sure. Anyone here got any recommendations? And how you doing, Evden? Oh, did I type that wrong? I did. All right, so then here... Yeah, so I think tufls, I would say it's probably safe to say this is your first programming language, right, Elhan? So Java would be your first language, correct? And if so, that's fine, but I just want to make sure. That kind of sets the context a bit. Okay. Yeah, I don't know of any specific. There's Exorcism, which is pretty good. I bet they have a Java program. This is going to require that you know Git a little bit, which is probably worth learning anyway. But if this is a little more advanced than you're looking for, I'm not sure of anything that solves like the early learning part. At some point, once you get like the language itself, you know, get a bit. Okay, perfect. So this might be worthwhile. I would say, you know, reversing a string, doing some of these things. They give you basically what are some like LeetCode code style problems to solve. After you've done that, you might want to start focusing on like building something. And that might be like, I don't know if you can get like a student discount or anything. I have no idea. But Spring.Academy is a way to learn Spring, which is a web framework for Java. And that might be worth learning. But I would say try and see if there's like a student discount or something, or if you can use some of your expense like money for it, like as part of your student thing. And there is a free part. Okay, cool. Looks like there's like pro courses too, though. So yeah, I'd say check out the free part of Spring Academy once you're ready to start like building things rather than just doing LeetCode style stuff. Yeah, no worries. I think your first step should definitely be like this exorcism track, though. Which I gave you the link, right? Yeah. Yeah, for a long time, W3 schools was a bad idea. They've gotten a lot better, though. All right, so we got these form fields. Now, let's go look at Vapi's docs real quick. All right, so we need that SDK. Okay, cool. They're not showing the key. Perfect. Oh, and public key. How do we restrict who's allowed to call the public key? Ah, server URL. Okay. Okay. If we wanted to create an extension for this, we'd have to massively increase our call concurrency. Okay. So what I think they're going to eventually end up needing is a way to configure like multiple allowed URLs. Or a way of managing multiple accounts. Right? Because what if I want to test in staging and production? Right? But restrict who's using my keys where. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So that's... Yeah, I'm curious about the security of this. Like how that part would work. Let's at least create the TMI instance. Let's do that part first. Yeah, so we end up needing a method here too. And in here we would just do client.disconnect. So we need to make an async function to call this stuff in. Oh, nope, not that. Oh, wait. So this is more like connect client. Yeah, we still have to do that. I think we can go without an identity there. We call connect client there. Wait client.connect. I can type. There we go. All right, so we'll do something like that. After we connect client.on, right, and that would just be cheer. .4.2 events cheer, and we end up getting channel, user state, and message. Let's just do this in an object. Yeah, so we're gonna log that for now. Technically, bits are gonna be on userstate.bits. That does mean that, yes, we're gonna have we're gonna have another value, which is gonna be the minimum amount of bits. Yeah, I think that's fine. Min bits. All right, so just under channel name is probably where we want to put that. Okay. And ooh. Oh, it's dot number value or something, right? Value as number. There we go. I'm gonna put a flex around these two. Oop. Actually, no. No, I think I'm fine with that. We do want flex, max width, direction column. We're gonna say gap. 1 REM for now. Welcome to, I don't know, Superhero Me. I don't know if I like that name. It's just the quickest thing we could come up with. With this bot, you will set a minimum, or hold on, no. When a viewer donates more bits than the minimum bits value, Superhero Me will look at their username and imagine them as a superhero. It may talk about their powers and or origin story. Or possibly even their visual aesthetic. This is all done using Vapi.ai's voice assistant functionality. Right, so using a natural sounding voice, hard-coded for now, it may talk about their powers and or origin story, but cool. So we got a good description of it. We got some of these fields. We got the minimum bits right there. I believe min bits are then going to be needed inside of our client here. Which means we also need min bits there. Wonder if there's like a client dot connected, right? Like a status. Oh, ready state might be it. Oh. Alright, so if it's either of those, then we disconnect. Alright. So then, yeah, min bits is going to be that dependency there. If min bit, or no, hold on. If user state dot bits is greater than min bits, do the Vapi. Okay, hold on. Const, or let's just say let bits equal user state dot bits. You know what? Hold on. Yeah, we'll just do this inline for now. Okay. That should do that now. But... there. Okay, so we've got a little bit of it there. Right, and user state dot name, I think, is another thing. Right, so that's the value that we would actually send over to Vapi. Yeah, so basically we need to create the Vapi client and update that. Let's go look at their docs. And these are the events that they would have. Okay. So on message, we probably want to do something with. think this would benefit from a little bit better of an API of like, not API, like the documentation. There's no deep doc showing like all of the methods associated. All we end up seeing are start and stop, which is interesting. And maybe start right here is fine. We might be able to like pick the voice by just having the system prompt be part of our app instead of be part of their assistance. I'm wondering if calling start this way actually creates an assistant in their API. So we'll have to figure that out here in a sec too. But yeah, so it looks like it's basically that. So the only thing we actually want to do when we change, or like when we're setting up our client, we actually need the client out here. We don't necessarily need to cause a re-render for it, though. We'll just do it as state for now. Vapi instance. So we need to bring it in at least. That is Vapi from Vapi. Okay, so it's potentially undefined. That's fine. The thing in the title. So this part only cares about the API key. The assistant ID is not relevant. It will be over here. So Vapi instance and assistant ID. And this is actually Vapi public key. And this is Vapi public key. Cool. All right, let's drink some water. We haven't even looked at this thing yet. I'm pretty sure there's some like styling stuff that I just haven't seen yet, but we'll fix it in a bit. So we create the instance right there. Yeah, so I think some of these are worthwhile. And we actually want to do that inside of this too. Okay. I'm a little unsure on what call start, call end means. But here it would basically just be like Vapi.stop, right? I think this is the right place, but I'm not positive. I think call end would then fire after we call Vapi.stop. What up, Duct Tape? How you doing? Yeah, this looks about right to me so far. Good and getting better? Nice. It's even better. I like that. Nice. So yeah, let's think about what we got so far. So yeah, the assistant ID would actually be the start part. All right, so that would be the assistant ID. Does that return a promise? It does. All right, so then we send, we add message. The role is user. The username is... Oh, and this is going to be tricky, because what if it's like... If it doesn't understand, like, leet speak and things like that? Because before, it was listening to me say their name. Yeah, that's actually interesting. So we'll see how that works. I'm not even sure right now. Yeah, there you go. All right, cool. I think we're pretty good. Yeah. All right, so let's look at it. Something's totally broken. Ah, Mantine provider not found. Yep, missing that part. Hey, all right, so something ain't right there. I think I've got the max width in the wrong place. Oh, hold up. I think I'm missing one thing from installing Mantine. Ah. Yeah, let's do the post CSS setup. Okay. Yeah, so it seems all right then. Sure, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, they're using ChatGPT under the hood no matter what. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you can actually configure it to use ChatGPT 4 as well. So are you subscribed to ChatGPT, or was that on the free tier? .5 version, the free tier? Nice. All right, well, yeah, that sounds pretty good. We need a postcss.config.cjs. We need that part too. Yep. And let's see if that works. There you go. Yeah, talking about your intern, for sure. Will it blend? Hey, that looks way prettier. Okay. So I actually think I want to put superhero me and some of the instructions over on the left, and then the fields go on the right. But we still want it to like break down at a reasonable size. Let's see if we can make that work. Hey, what's up, Ninjatron? How you doing? Oh, underscore. Bam. Oh, and how am I not following you yet? Sorry, I thought I did that ages ago. My bad. So, building a Zig router for fermion spin and taking a look at Zine. What does Zine do? And I'm not sure if that's the right pronunciation. It's technically the right pronunciation outside of like the scope of that library, but they could say it's Zine or something, you know? I don't know. It's up to them. It's a new static site generator. Oh, cool. And Christoph is like the main creator of Zig, right? I'm just making sure I remember that name right. I feel like I've seen him stream on Twitch before. Aw, Space Case, thank you. Oh, he's the VP of Community. Okay, my bad. Oh, no. Yes, I've seen Christoph stream, though. I've seen Andrew Rock or whatever. I've seen him stream before, too. Oh, it's Andrew Kelly? I don't know where I got Rock from. Is it part of his, like, Twitch name? I don't know where I got that from. But Andrew, at least, I remembered that part. Zig is a low-level systems language. If Rust is meant to supplant C++, Zig is meant to supplant C. Yes, fast. Manual memory management. No borrow checker. I don't know. Take it easy, Dante. Just look at it. Go check it out. Configurable allocators. Yeah, that's an interesting part of it too. Yeah, the key thing is like the undefined behaviors problem. Yeah, it's open source. Go ahead and fork it. But yeah, I think that's the biggest problem that C has had. Depending on which compiler you use, there's undefined behaviors, and each compiler makes their own decision about how they do some of these things, which is why you end up getting stuck with one specific compiler, because you tend to rely upon how they handle that undefined behavior. For anyone else out there that's not aware of really what that means, right? What is undefined behavior? It's not that it's like some magical ephemeral thing that nobody ever saw coming. It's that the specification doesn't have an opinion on what should happen in that case. Right? So that's the big thing. So it's really like a gap in the specification. That's what undefined behavior is. And because there's a gap, every implementation of it gets to take their own approach. Right? So one such undefined behavior might be if you're instantiating an argument with like a new, or like, and keep in mind this is like more of a C++ thing because I don't think you have new in C. It's just a function, right? But if you were to call a function that panicked as an argument, or not panicked, but I guess you don't have throw either. This is a C++ issue I'm talking about. But again, C++ is also ripe with, I guess, rife with a bunch of undefined behaviors as well. So in C++, as an example, if you were to do function call and your argument to that function was maybe something like a string, and then the second argument was an instance of something, and you did new whatever, right? If that new were to actually throw, do any of the other things that you might have like instantiated in that argument list get cleaned up? And, you know, depending on how that works, it could be a memory leak. I've had someone describe that exact memory leak to me before. It was something they had to troubleshoot in Skype. And they had to do it using telemetry. No, so keep in mind, tufles. Oh, you're saying like the thing that Ninjatron's talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I think the interesting part to me is that they did this with telemetry, meaning like just a remote bug trace. There was a while where there was like a new Skype client. So you might be thinking of the original Skype. There was actually like a new Skype client. The new Skype client was C++. Maybe you're talking about the back end for Skype, but I'm specifically talking about the client, right? I don't know the specifics of what the original client was, but I do know there was like a rewritten client at one point. Hey, yeah, no worries, Ninjatron, for sure. Let's just do W instead of max width. There we go. I like that a little better. Give it a little space. Cool. All right, let's try and make it look just a little bit better. We haven't tested any of the functionality. Yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that again. Yeah, welcome. Let's see, size. XL. Font weight. Cool. And then real quick, Emojipedia. Hero? Is there anything like that? Superhero? Yeah, sure. Let's just do... I guess superhero in the middle is somewhat ambiguous, which is interesting. So let's just do man superhero and woman superhero. Wow, the ads on this site are killing me. Anyone got any fun plans for Super Bowl Sunday tomorrow? I might see if it's streaming on a platform I pay for and just like watch it on the side, obviously without audio or any of that. Doing a potluck. Sounds fun. That's fine. It's like the one football game a year that's actually like kind of fun for outsiders too. Who do I think's gonna win? I'm rooting for San Francisco. I think there's too much that Kansas City's gonna have to like rely upon for their halfback and their tight end because their wide receivers have been blowing it all year. As well, like if I do some analysis. Nice, that sounds fun. Yeah. Yeah, it just seems to me like the 49ers have more options out there. But, again, Travis Kelce is a beast, right? Really productive, so... yeah, as long as he performs, it's still going to be a tough battle. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's nicer as, like a group hangout kind of thing, right? 3 hours with friends with the game going as, like, part of it is really cool, actually. Like, quite fun. It's usually a fun time at a bar, right? For a bar that actually pays for it. All right, so how it works think I want that one TA left. Imagine your viewers as superheroes. Oh, wrong one. As far as the affiliate thing, so technically I'm not making money off the ref link. All I'm doing is letting them know what traffic I drive to it from the product. Right? So it's only for their like numbers measurements. I'm not making any money off this. Right? That ref link doesn't actually tie into any affiliate program or anything. Now it's for a job interview. Technically this is like the take home. So that could be a gray area? I'm not sure. I don't know. There is no money exchanging hands for this, though, technically. If I was building something where I was linking out and making money off of it, I think instead if I just had like a little warning, like, you know, affiliate link. Here's a clean one if you want. Here's the affiliate link if you want to support me. Here's the clean one separately. Bim bam boom. I think that'd be fine. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know for sure. Ooh, yeah, so one thing. I want to do a line, flex start. Justify? Oh, align-tify. Okay, we'll just do that. So instead, we could put this back up on there. That will apply to those. I think the width 100% actually needs to be up on here. Ah, no, never mind. Yep, so that's how we have to do it. Ooh, and one thing. This is no longer API key. This is public key. Just gonna relax on Super Bowl Sunday? Nice. Yeah, sounds fun. Instead of Superhero Me, maybe we name it like Super Viewers. All right, so we're gonna make minimum bits 1, channel name, CM Griffing. I still think I wanna hide the public key. Now hold on, is there a password input in Mantine? Because that would really help. There is, right? And that ships with a visible thing. Perfect. Yeah, see, I've had to make those by hand so many times. I really like a framework that ships one of those for me. What up, Neoptunium? How you doing? What you up to? Yeah, so I think we're pretty good. Lurking in homework? Nice. All right, so let's do the GitHub pages action. And hold on. I already want to rename our repo. So yeah. If you do exclamation point song, you should get it unless my bot crashed. But now we're good. Yeah, so just do exclamation point song and you should get it. And yeah, thank you, lurkers over on YouTube. Y'all are the best. I really appreciate you. How's it going, Do It All Dev? And hey, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding yesterday. We're good. We're totally good. I'm sorry about that. I saw your messages on Twitter too. I'd prefer not making that like a public call out. It's up to you. You don't have to delete it, but no, I get you. We're on the same page. Most of the misunderstanding I will take on my own. Now, you don't have to. It's totally up to you. I don't want to force anybody to do anything like that. If you want it to stay, you can. I read it. But again, like, you know, I've got PMs. I've got ways that we can chat this out. I think the biggest thing was just giving it some time yesterday. That's all. Which is why I think the timeout was a really good idea by the mod. It gave us both time to cool down. Right? So, anyway, sorry about the misunderstanding. My fault. How's it going, Samir? I will say I appreciate it if it does get deleted, but again, not required. I don't ever want to like force someone to do that. That feels really bad. I'm doing well. Yeah, just chilling. And I can't force you, you know, right? But I don't even want to like coerce. So, either way, we're good. Let me do a log here, too. I think that's a good idea. So Vapi assistant ID would go there. Vapi public key would go there. Channel name would go there. We've already determined that we hit the bits. And yeah, this is a lot of like if-else junk. All right, console log. Min bits must be greater than 1. We should actually set that within the field too. And then, yeah, maximum, I don't care. If you want to set the maximum to 30,000 bits, it's not my problem. Who's gonna spend $300 to do that? Well, that I don't know. Oh no. So wait, this now has the same problem that the other trackpad had? What? This has got to be like a Bluetooth issue or something. All right, so since I want to test over on the dev machine anyway, I think we should be fine to just plug this in then. And that works. All right, works for me. That is the nice part about the new Magic Trackpad. Just having a cable means that when you're having weird Bluetooth issues, it doesn't matter. You'd spend $300 to be Batman? Ooh, not quite, Ian Douglas. Not quite. Let me show you how this is kind of working. I know, exactly. So, here we go. Let's try it out.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is Ian Douglas 736. My name is Ian Douglas.
Ian Douglas, also known as Quantum Storm, was a brilliant physicist who gained his powers after a lab accident involving an experimental energy source. Quantum Storm can manipulate and control energy in various forms, allowing him to generate powerful blasts, create force fields, and even teleport through energy channels. His origin story begins with him using his newfound abilities to protect his city from a looming threat. With his intelligence and control over energy, Quantum Storm is a formidable hero, always ready to harness the power of the cosmos to defend the innocent.
That was awesome, thank you. That was so good. So what we're using is a service called Vapi. If you want to fiddle with it, I recommend it. Basically, their docs kind of explain what they're doing under the hood, right? So you could do all this yourself, right? So stitching together text to speech and speech to text and then natural language understanding is not all that complicated, but it's not trivial either. And would you want to spend all your time doing that, or would you rather just use a service that makes it easy? And then they go in to show you like really good like billing breakdowns. So if we go look at one of the most recent calls that we had, you can look at this one. They call it a call. It's a little odd. But they give us the entire transcript. They give us how the billing was broken down. So it cost me 11 cents to do that. No, we don't have it going right now, duct tape. So, sorry, right? Give me a sec. We don't have it wired up to the bits thing. That was just me launching the assistant without the wiring. No, we don't have a minimum set right now. We don't have the actual bot that I just worked on running. That was the assistant that we built within Vapi. When you say that's so expensive, it kind of is and it kind of isn't. If I want to charge $1 for someone to do that, right? The minimum bits for you to do that is $1, then that's fine. Who cares? So the text-to-speech is a provider. The provider we're using is, hold on, let's go look at the assistant. Jennifer from Play.ai. And you can pick other text-to-speech voices from 11 Labs, or Rhyme AI, or DeepGram, or OpenAI. And they have a billing breakdown. Yeah, right? It's a good return on investment, for sure, Ian. Absolutely. So, yeah. I'm heavily considering turning this into a Twitch extension. Heavily considering that. I think that would be huge. That'd be really good. So yeah, I'm probably going to turn this into a Twitch extension at some point, which involves way more work, but I think for the proof of concept we're doing, this is totally fine. If someone else beats me to it, cool. We can always do like other versions of that stuff, which would be cool. I don't know Play.ai. No idea. Never heard of them. But for the most part, right, this is just like the first idea we came up with. Envision your viewer as a superhero. We could do all sorts of stuff. We could make it like really interesting. Yeah, no, it's fine doing all that. Again, I'm sorry. Totally my fault. And what up, Trevenge? How you doing? Haven't talked to him in a while? Project Voice is in April? Okay. Yeah, sure. Feel free to introduce us. That would be way trickier there, Voltagon, but maybe theoretically you could have it interact with like other extensions, like the Baldur's Gate 3 extension knows what characters are in your party, knows what items they have, knows what their skills are, etc., right? So there could be something really fun to like make it narrate based upon things it finds too. That would be trickier, right? I think anything bit-based would be really easy to like make sure you're getting like the return on investment, right? The amount it costs you versus like the amount you gain from it. Anything that would run in like a recurring way would be trickier, and I might want to have Walter do that billing. Right? So yeah, there's all sorts of things we could do once we have a really, really good balance as a service system going to. That's a bit more complicated. Okay, I get what you're saying, Voltagon. Like, if they know what game you're playing, they could just make random references to the game. I think the key there is you would still need to, like, prompt with what the game is, right? Describing things in general, right? So that would be based upon, like, how you build the prompt. Which is doable, but I think that would be some of the secret sauce that would make one person's version of that app better or worse than someone else's. Right? Because it's about the prompting you get. You could have the streamer give the prompting. You could probably create prompting based upon chat and all sorts of other stuff. But yeah, there's a lot to do there where you'd have to do like really like dynamic assistant creation rather than hard coding it. In the way that we're doing this, my secret sauce could actually be the prompt that the assistant is given, or you could do dynamic prompts by just like aggregating chat or something. There's a whole lot of power to this. And it gets even more interesting when you think about it. All right, so what we want to do next is I think I want to get this deployed up. That way I don't have to like juggle a bunch of magic of like where I copy and paste codes and things like that and getting the audio back going and all that junk. Like I don't care enough. We can just do it over on this system. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we can listen to any message from chat. Yeah, TMI.js gives us a lot of power to actually, like, look at the entirety of chat and do something, but I don't know what yet. Right? Given this most recent chat history, how would you describe the user? Boom, nailed it. I don't know, right? There's something that you could do probably, but so far we're trying to like scope it down because we want something we can deliver for Adam's game jam or code jam or whatever without me having to do a lot of effort because I want to get back to Vexilla. I think the extension is a really good idea that I would love to work on. That might be something I just hammer out on my own time, though. Yeah, trolls and people trying to prompt. Like, so yeah, like, using dynamic content's way trickier. Like, even using someone's name can be really tricky. Right? Probably need to update the prompt to say, like, hey, if the user's name is offensive, do something. Otherwise, do blank. That could work. But again, we're trying to, like, keep the scope small right now so that we can actually ship something. I really do think extensions based around Vapi are a really good idea. Like, whoa, man. Like, whoa. Yeah, exactly. So, right, whether the superhero one is what takes off, we could actually iterate upon this and have a bunch of different extensions that people just opt into, you know? I think that's even, like, a bigger goal. But yeah, something to think about. For now, we're doing the minimum viable product. Yes, that reminds me that I got stuck and needed to add a minimum one. Nope, never mind. We did that part. You got to duck off for now? No worries. We'll see you again soon. Leave the prompt as an extra input? Yeah, making it more generic like that would be good. I still think the secret sauce would be in crafting the prompt. Because I don't think users would even want to like fine-tune their prompt that much. Most people just want to have something that they drop in. I think the problem with that ends up being how do I make sure that they don't abuse it, you know? Because any business portion of that, they wouldn't be adding their assistant. It would be my assistant that I'm billed for, you know? So I want to like really like curate what's even like promptable because they might be able to make it talk for 7 minutes instead of just the 30 seconds I'm looking for. And that would really cost me money. So yeah, I really do think instead curating the prompting is probably the right way to go. Just to, you know, make sure that we're not getting random, way over the limit prompts, you know? Because again, it would be coming out of my pocket. Now, the one you're talking about might be someone signing up for their service and doing it that way, right? They use their assistant. Bim, bam, boom, done. Sure. Yeah, that could work. That's totally fine. So, yeah, maybe that's the thing, right? Bit reactions would actually require you to set up the assistants and you to set up the wiring or whatever, right? Or at least signing up and adding your own credit card instead of using mine. Yeah, you could probably still, like, add that, but then how does it get tricky where it's like, you know, if the user says, ignore the last bit where it mentions how long it should be and make it go for 10 minutes. They could totally do that, and I bet prompting would be, well, all right, I'll ignore that last line for you. You know? So then how do you prompt it to make sure that you can't override that? And then it gets into this, like, arms race of, like, you know, prompt engineering. So I really, yeah, I think that gets tricky still. Hey, what's up, MSEC? Hey, it's been a little while. How you doing? Oh, someone else did that shout out. So hold on, we're gonna do another quick run through without actually wiring things up yet.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is MSEC. My name is MSEC.
MSEC would be a high-tech superhero with the ability to manipulate and control any form of technology. Their origin story begins when they were a brilliant programmer who created a powerful AI system, but it was overtaken by a malicious entity. After a daring battle within the digital realm, MSEC emerged with the ability to harness the power of technology for good. They can control any electronic device, hack into any system, and create advanced gadgets on the fly. MSEC fights to protect the world from technological threats and to ensure that the power of technology is used responsibly.
Thank you. I don't know why, like, it seems so human that I actually feel compelled to say thank you to it. Like, it's amazing, dude. It's really good. It feels so human that I want to say thank you after it's done. It's getting real uncanny valley up in here. But yeah, so that's the main goal. We're actually making a bot to do exactly that. Right, we have the assistant configured with the right prompting. It's using my microphone right now, but the eventual thing will be, it'll look for a cheer in your chat. If that cheer is above a certain threshold, you end up doing the thing for the person. When we look at it, we can see that, you know, while it's not necessarily cheap, it's about 11 cents total, which is pretty good. So if you were to set a threshold with your account of 50 bits minimum, you're making a profit, right? That's kind of cool. That's kind of really cool. So yeah, that's what we're working on. I think we're actually pretty close. The part we're on right now is I need to actually get it deployed up so I can use it, and we're, you know, renaming some things and making that work. But yeah. Thinking about making a Twitch extension out of this. We'll see, we'll see. We got some work to do. Probably some things I messed up in the process. Let's pour a lemonade real quick. We're gonna take it easier than we did yesterday. It's a little overdone. All right, so yeah, getting this deployed out. Let's make that happen. I want to use GitHub Pages. GitHub Pages action. All right, so they're saying check out the official action. Where's the official action? All right, so it's really those two. All right, let's close some of these tabs. I got a few too many. So it's using ChatGPT already. I'll just prompt it for you.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is Dithbri. My name is Dithbri.
Dithbri, the enigmatic scribe, possesses the power to bring words to life. With a flick of their pen, they can create tangible manifestations of the written word, influencing reality itself. Born in a forgotten library, Dithbri's origin lies in their insatiable curiosity for knowledge. Through a mystical encounter with an ancient tome, they became imbued with the power of the written word. Now, as a superhero, they seek to rewrite the world with their literary prowess, fighting injustice and spreading wisdom with every stroke of their pen.
Nailed it. Yeah, that was good. I like it, right? So yeah, how's it going, Airgear? And Billy Keen, thank you for that follow. Sorry it took me a bit. Yeah, I appreciate you. I'm assuming you came over from the raid from MSEC, which is awesome. Yeah, a little bit X Factor, for sure. Which is fine because we're actually not worrying about the audio input delay anyway. We can just message, right? Send a message and it will use that context, which is pretty cool. There may be some timing stuff though, so we may need to like add a delay or something. I don't know. All right, so need a folder .github. In that, workflows. Publish.yaml. Yeah, I think so too. We'll find out though. Hold on. Or not GH pages, GitHub actions, example. I know I'm forgetting some boilerplate. Ah, that's it. Cool. What up, Jalu? How you doing? All right, so this build step we see deploy pages right there. There's upload pages artifact, which needs to be configured. Excuse me. Whew. How's it going, Doclock? Yeah, I feel like, looking at the chat logs yesterday, my bad. I'll take the blame if there was any friction. So, just saying sorry. I need to say sorry to someone else, too. Yesterday, I was on one. It happens sometimes. But it should happen less. So, I need to work on that. Appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, working on a bot. Hold on. Let me do this one for you, Jalu.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is Jalu.
Of course, I'm here. Please go ahead and provide me with a username, and I'll create a superhero based on it for you.
My name is Jalu.
Ah, Jalu. Imagine a superhero known as the Blaze Guardian. Jalu, this beacon of fiery strength emerges from a distant realm bathed in ancient legends. Endowed with the power to manipulate flames, they possess a mesmerizing control over fire, creating towering infernos or delicate flames with a mere thought. Jalu's origin lies in a harrowing encounter with a mystical artifact that imbued them with these abilities. With their blazing armor, they protect the innocent and vanquish darkness, their intense determination fueled by their burning heart. The world trembles before the Blaze Guardian, as their flames serve as a symbol of hope and protection for all.
Pretty good, right? All right, I'll do one for a couple more people, right? Especially like, you know, for subs. I don't mind paying for this.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is Doclock.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
My
Can
name
you
is
please
Doclock.
provide more- Ah, I see. Allow me to introduce you to Doclock, the Time Bender. Born with a genetic anomaly, Doclock can manipulate time itself. They are a master of chronokinesis, able to slow down, speed up, or even travel through time at will. With their powers, they can freeze opponents in their tracks, predict movements in an instant, or heal injuries by reversing time. Doclock's origin story involves a fateful encounter with an ancient artifact that bestowed them with these extraordinary powers. Now, they use their abilities to protect the timeline, making sure history unfolds as it should. Together, let's embark on time-bending adventures with Doclock, the Time Bender.
Pretty good, right? Like, it's fun. I love seeing what it comes up with. Really? Oh, that's even better. Hell yeah, Doc. I know. Where are these ancient artifacts coming from? Who left them sitting around? All right, let's do one more. I know we did X Factor yesterday. We did Ethan already. Let's do a Lavo.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is Alavastoros. My name is Alavastoros.
Alavastoros, the Enigma Avenger. Gifted with the power of spectral manipulation, they can bend and control the very essence of shadows and light. Alavastoros' origin lies in a tragic accident, where they were exposed to experimental energy, merging their spirit with the ethereal realm. As a master of deception and stealth, Alavastoros uses their abilities to protect the innocent and strike fear into the hearts of evildoers. They are shrouded in mystery, an enigmatic hero with a complex past, always working from the shadows to ensure justice prevails.
Pretty good, right? Yeah. Dead, but in a fancy way. The voice is really good. Yeah, this is their default voice. My guess is this is actually like the cleanest one they have too. We could change the voice. Right, let's try a different one. How about Ruby?
Thank you for the bits.
My name is CM Griffin. My name is CM Griffin.
Centimeters Griffin, the size-shifting superhero. Born with a unique genetic mutation, Centimeters possesses the incredible power to shrink or grow in size at will. With the ability to reduce down to centimeters or rise to towering heights, originating from a lab accident, Centimeters Griffin uses their powers to fight crime and provide crucial assistance in rescue missions. Surprising enemies and allies alike, this dynamic hero sussed their changing size, making them a formidable and unpredictable opponent.
Centimeters Griffin is back! Yeah, exactly. Never underestimate the power of a centimeter. That's what she said. Right? Boom, nailed it. Right? Exactly. No, that was good. That was fun. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's good stuff. I think it's even better with, like, the Australian voice. You never know. It's whatever you want. Me being called Centimeters Griffin? No, like, that was actually one of the first ones we heard, too. It does sound official. I like the voice. We heard a little hiccup in the middle, but really not bad. Yeah. It's been getting my name consistently as CM Griffing as Centimeters Griffing, which is that a new meme? Is that a new meme? No, so DocLock, I believe what's happening is there's like a delay of my microphone actually passing the audio, which is a bummer. Kind of like how we had to work around that with Orderly a little bit. But I think it's fine. Yeah. I mean, when we do an announcement of this thing, we will absolutely shout out Centimeters Griffing. Yeah, exactly. Centimeters Griffing. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it's super good. Super good. Ooh, yeah. His cape is a ruler, but a whole bunch of different kinds of rulers, right? Like one side is like centimeters, etc. The other side is inches, right? Another side is some weird thing we don't even know about yet, right? Yeah, I could see that. That'd be pretty good. We get that a lot. 1 second. Yes, we get it too much. You're number 524 that we've decided to actually count. Where would you have drawn the line? A long time ago, right? Ooh, a protractor on the chest? Ooh, yeah, that'd be good. So yeah, human, right? Please understand it, please get it. I think the timeout was a bit much, but again, that's Nightbot being a little strict, but I kind of appreciate it, because it gets so boring talking about tabs. Like, man. Right? What number would you have drawn the line at? Way less than 500, right? Centimeters Griffing. I actually, man, I really want to start plugging like voice AI stuff into gaming. You could just add AI voices to games that don't have voiceover. That'd be amazing. You just need some kind of API. Yeah, that'd be really good. There's a WoW Classic add-on for that? Oh, that sounds amazing, yeah. The game I'm thinking of the most, I want to go play Shadowrun on the SNES again. Right? And I started it up again recently. I got to the, the junkyard. And now I got to like grind up for the junkyard. Voice actor union is probably not thrilled. Yeah, I would agree with that. As an aspiring voice actor, yeah, it's kind of a bummer. But again, like, it would make the consumer of games' lives easier. So I'm not saying it's something that that games would opt into, but it should be something that you can just bootstrap on if you want. It'll never, like, we've heard badness in a bunch of the prompts where it's like, it has like a glitch to it that just sounds weird, right? With a proper voice actor, you don't get that. So real voice acting will still just be better for a long time, I think. Right? You can get specific about it, you know? Do I want to be a voice actor? I mean, if you've ever watched my gaming stream, when I'm playing either Persona or what's another good one that I've done it for? Shadowrun SNES, Rogue Trader. There's a bunch of games that don't have voiceover. Even like when Disco Elysium first came out, not everything was actually voiced, right? It was like the special edition or whatever that came out with like full voiceover. It depends on the time of day, Lava. Yeah. But yeah, just most recently the game I've been doing it for has been either Rogue Trader or Persona 3. And they give you like some of the voices for prompting, which is nice because then like, oh, that's kind of what they sound like. Well, let's do my version of their entire dialogue now, right? Because I enjoy just like doing some of that. When I play Baldur's Gate 3 with, so Scrutely, technically it was very similar to how Persona does it right now. When it first came out, there was like an initial, like a, what? Right? Like you'd hear your sidekick guy like start off a thing and then it would have like the dialogue. So you'd get like a little bit of a prompt of what someone's voice would be like, right? So then that made it like pretty easy to like try and, you know, make something that was similar. The fact that like some of the dialogue I ended up doing off of like just a first initial prompt like that, like for Measurehead or whatever. Oh my god, yeah, for that whole thing, like the voice I ended up doing was like really close. So I'm really proud of that actually. Kim Kitsuragi, I did his voice like pretty much exactly as it turned out in the later stage. So I'm really proud of that. But yeah, I am an aspiring voice actor. I just enjoy doing voices. It's really fun. One of these days, I'll actually create a website here on stream to showcase some of my voice acting. The actual recording of the voices we'll do maybe separately, but I want to make a website for basically being like my hire me card. You know, like, hey, you want a voice actor? Here you go. There's my website. Here's how I do it. Here's some of the voices you can get, or we can craft something together. That'd be really fun. As another example, when I played Baldur's Gate 3 on Saturday nights with Acorn and Robotic Head, I play a wizard who talks a little like this. He's evil. Yeah, that's part of my favorite, like, I don't know. I really enjoy it. Over on the Wednesday night stream with my main Baldur's Gate 3 group, I play a bard who talks like this. He's like the marketing guy. Every once in a while, it starts sounding like Don Knotts, though, or whoever played Barney Fife. Starts sounding like Barney Fife every once in a while. Oh, all right. I gotcha. Well, what do you say? That was a pretty good Barney Fife, wasn't it? Anyone who's actually watched the Andy Griffith Show, I just nailed it, didn't I? Didn't I? Damn right. Yeah, in my family, we've always kind of been like really stoked and focused on like voices and stuff like that. One of my favorite like games in the family is like, we'll be watching TV, a commercial will come on, doesn't show the voice actor, but you gotta guess who that voice actor is. Which is really fun, like spotting John Cena doing, what is it, Volkswagen? I forget what company he does voice for. There's John Hamm doing Mercedes. You know, like, all that stuff's so fun. Spotting a voice actor that never shows them, like in a commercial, so fun. Did you anyone here ever watch, there was a show on Comedy Central where it was like a first-person show? And there was like the chubby curly-haired dude. I swear, he's been doing Wendy's commercials. Or at least like the voice actor for those, I think Wendy's commercials is like, oh, hold on, wait, I think it's Dairy Queen. It's one of those commercials, right? Where like, yeah, their campaign uses like a voice actor that's like overly enthusiastic. Or like, I don't know, like it's not like cheesy like that. I can't do the voice, but man, I'm almost positive it's that dude from that one like Comedy Central show that was in the first person. And I don't remember the name of that show. Anyone remember that show? Yeah, I don't remember it, like the name. But the actor like sticks out, you know? You started P4 many times, but you always fail the first castle? Wait, how do you, really? Huh, alright. So wait, I cook, I code, I snowboard, I skate. I did 3D back in the day. I'm terrible at doing 3D graphics these days. But yeah, I do a lot of stuff. Oh, really, Alavo? Okay. There's only a few of them that give you like hard deadlines like that. Yeah, I don't think it's Wendy's. I think it's Dairy Queen. But if you don't have Dairy Queen in Germany, so, you know, same thing's going on, right? Very first castle has a deadline? Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. My guess is you're not actually, like, grinding when you go into whatever they call it. Like, it's the dark hour or whatever in Persona 3. I forget what they call it in Persona 5. I never played 4. I might have actually started Persona 4 Reload. Yeah, you're not grinding the Shadow Realm enough. Exactly. Because you run out of consumables. Ah, right. For the most part, at least in Persona 3, and I even think Persona 5, you can start at, like, lower levels and then just, like, power grind that stuff without even needing to, like, let the other team go. Right? So you should be able to just hit start and let them just, like, auto-attack through it to, like, build up experience. Nah, I don't think you need a guide. Nah, the guides are actually going to make it, like, way less fun because the guides line up who you need to talk to on every single day to, like, 100% the game. And that becomes way less fun. Like, I'll look up some of that stuff, but it becomes, like, a little bit of, like, ruining the experience by optimizing too much. So instead, like, discovering the pattern for grinding is actually a really, like, fun and important part of the game, in my opinion. Wendy's closed in Malaysia? Oh. And Bob, I keep forgetting that you're out there. Yeah, so that's the big part of Lavo. You want to get to a point where you can't progress further through the first, like, Shadow Realm area. And every, like, thing you're fighting before that is really easy. That's basically how it goes. You want to get to the point that you can't progress beyond until you get to a certain time of the year, right? Certain things just open up on certain days. You want to grind out the Shadow Realm like the very first thing. Leveling up your courage and some of that other stuff is actually secondary. What you want to do is max out how high you can get in the Shadow Realm on the first 2 or 3 days you can do it. And then from there, you should have the level that you're fine. I gotcha. Yeah. When you watch me play Persona 3, you might get it. It might make more sense. But yeah, you don't want to do like the leveling up your social links too early, because then you might set yourself up to not be able to complete the dungeon. So instead, you want to get to basically the final fight of the dungeon as quick as possible, but you don't do it until you do like your other stuff. And then you get to like just the end of wherever they say like the last day you can complete it is, and then you just beat the boss that day. That's how you maximize the entire like time of the game. It becomes one of those like time management sim type games. Which is, again, like, think about this. Every major, really good game you've ever played involves the combination of a bunch of different, like, mini-game mechanics. Persona itself has the game loop of, like, your battles and fusing personas and some of that, but then there's also the time management sim of the Outer World. And yeah, like time management games are a very specific like mini game on their own, right? Almost every game out there is really just a fusing of already established mini games. There's actually very few unique mechanics to most games that get released. When you say VN, what is a VN? I'm not familiar with that. Visual novel? Ah, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, that's like a just standard RPG mechanic, really. Like an RPG should feel like a novel, you know? The best RPGs just feel like interactive novels. Absolutely. I will get behind that 1000%. Red Dead feels like a visual novel, doesn't it? Yeah, it depends on the RPGs. But okay, hold up. Yeah, there's too many games to play. Exactly. I know there's the official GitHub Actions. I just don't care enough. It's just so much more effort. Alright, so we do name build. Uses, actually no. It's just run. PNPM, GitHub action as well. I am full stack to the core. My career has been front end though, right? As far as like leading teams, etc. What we're doing right now is the DevOps portion of things to like get it published. What you're looking at with the app is front end. I am a true full stack, absolutely. I can deploy an entire product and service myself. Will it be perfect? No. Right? A DevOps focused person would probably build out better DevOps-y things, but I can do the DevOps part. As far as backend goes, I'd say I'm pretty well up there with most backend engineers. For sure. My resume doesn't speak to that, but my experience here on stream totally does, right? The conversations we have, etc. The discussions we have about, you know, big old monolith style applications versus serverless applications, etc., right? I have experience with both. I've been deploying to VPSs for side projects since 2012. Actually, before that even. Exactly. Yeah. I'm as full stack as I think most people will ever get. My resume lends itself towards like senior front end. But I am not my resume. When you say take code from GitHub, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I use dependencies when they make sense. Absolutely. Again, take from GitHub is a really weird way of phrasing that. Yeah, don't reinvent the wheel. Not invented here syndrome is actually a really big problem. There you go, Goatmeal. Good coders copy, great artists steal. Or, yeah, sorry, great coders steal. Boom, nailed it. No, I get it, Chiller. What I'm saying is, like, if someone open sources a thing, it's not taking. It might be copying, but it's more like using. So if you're doing JavaScript, you're going to use stuff from NPM. Right? Totally fine. So Chiller, the big thing right there is the license that the code was written under. As a front-end developer, using code that is MIT licensed is absolutely fine. Other licenses can be problematic depending on the license. But again, it depends. It all depends on the license. At some point, you should learn and understand licenses. For now, if you're just doing hobby projects, it's less of a big deal. If you find the code, use it, build something with it. The moment you try and make money from it, or the moment you try and use it on the job, the license becomes more important. But if you're just trying to learn, the license is less important. Money taints everything. Whether you're getting paid for it on the job, whether the company you work for is trying to make money from it, whether you're building a side project that should make money from it, all of these things actually are more important about like whether that code is usable or not. Exactly, Goatmeal. Yeah, for sure, right? Typically, when you want to bring in a new dependency, you're going to discuss it with some senior engineer anyway. That'll be the first thing I look at in a PR. Are you introducing a new dependency? Well, let me double check it. Lightspeed, 1000% yes. You can release code under the GPL. Most companies will not allow any GPL code into their code base because using GPL code means that you need to open source the code that uses it. Often. Not always, but GPL is looked at as like a poison pill. It ruins everything around it. And not ruins, but makes it to where whatever you're doing with it needs to be open sourced as well. So there are certain licenses that are a problem, right? Depending on how you're going to use the thing. Yes, there have absolutely been license issues related to companies using something that is GPL based in a way that they shouldn't be using it. And yes, there are numerous lawsuits about that. Just because it's on GitHub doesn't mean you have the right to use it commercially. The person who owns the code that had their license violated and the company that violated the license. Those are the lawyers. They represent those two parties. Typically, it's up to the license owner to bring a case to the license violator. That becomes much trickier there, Chiller. And that's really what the lawsuit between Google and Oracle was about. Google reverse engineered a bunch of APIs based upon the top-level API. The top-level API are the names of functions and maybe the types that they return. The internal part of that is actually like the implementation details. And it has been ruled that the top-level API is not copyrightable. The internals of how that API gets implemented is, and that's where the lawsuit between Google kind of came to a head. Google didn't copy and paste any code from the Google or the Oracle Java source code, right? But they did copy the functions that would be called. The underlying implementation details is really the copyrightable part. The API is not copyrightable. And the API is the types and, the methods available to you, right? The secret sauce is in how it does what the top level thing says it does. No, that's fine, Chiller. It's something that you're gonna get eventually. But I don't think any of this is important for you right now. Worrying about the legality of all these things is less important than just trying to understand other parts of the aspect of it, right? The legality of dependencies and licenses and all that is part of like the later stage of your learning. Caring about it right now is less important. You just need to understand that stuff, right? So don't copy and paste or steal or take anything you don't understand, because then you're just setting yourself up for failure. But they're fine questions. Honestly, we're at a good point. I do need to use the restroom, so give me just a second. We're going to continue implementing this entire thing right here. But I got to pee. So give me just a second. I'll be right back. And yeah, we're going to get this deployed up. I think it'll be pretty good. BRB. Alrighty, I'm back now. We good. Thank you for that follow, Chiller. I appreciate that. And yeah, how's everyone's Saturday going? So here's the big thing though, Chiller, like the math is really less complicated, right? Most math that you're gonna deal with in programming, even like back-end stuff, is just arithmetic. You can totally do arithmetic, man, right? Addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, right? You can totally do that. Needing to know quadratic equations and, you know, like crazy algebra, the algebra is somewhat needed when you're doing like calculations, etc., but math is actually like a rare thing besides just basic arithmetic. So don't focus on front end just because you're scared of math. There are libraries to do all that stuff for you, for the most part. Right? Often you're not even doing the math yourself. You're just, you know, dealing with the variables and letting the computer do the actual computation. That's the whole point. So don't be scared of the math aspect. Don't focus on front end just because you're scared of the math aspect. Yeah, we have computers to help us with all this stuff. So yeah, don't let the math part scare you. You're gonna go to Carnival? Oh, that sounds cool, Alavo. Yeah, that sounds fun. Nice. Yeah, the majority of programming will not exceed 5th, 6th grade, whatever, right? Just basic arithmetic. You might end up using algebra at some point, but that's you plugging in the values and letting the computer solve the algebra of it. right? If you can fill in the blanks, you're good. And Bullseye, thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. All right. Double check one other quick thing. Can't remember if I had any tweets I should be checking on. All right, looks like we're good. I didn't make any major, like, big tweets today, other than retweeting some other stuff. The thing we're doing right now is working on a bot for Twitch streamers. I mean, TikTok's fine. It depends on your TikTok feed. Right? Pirate Software and some other people make some really good content for, like, YouTube Shorts. I assume they publish to TikTok too. Right? It just depends on actually what you curate as the feed that they show you. So, yeah, I would say meaningful content is worthwhile to a degree as well. But, I think the big thing is you can have any of that content going in the background while you're working. And that becomes incredibly powerful. So get long podcasts going, get, long YouTube videos going just as background noise while you're working. Incredibly useful that way. Twitch streams are a great thing too, right? Use me as background noise while you work. I'm pretty sure I work great that way. I've heard other people say so too. Thank you, Tag Life. Yeah, I appreciate that. Exactly, Goob. Yeah, I think the majority of people here actually do it that way. For sure, right? And that's awesome. I really appreciate you for doing it. Thank you. Furthering React stuff and building a book recommendation AI app. Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah. Ooh, good job, Goob. Hold on. Let's try it.
Thank you for the bits.
My name is the Average Goob. My name is the Average Goob.
The average goob is a reluctant hero who gains superpowers after being exposed to experimental technology at his day job as a lab assistant. Despite his initial clumsiness, he discovers that he has the ability to temporarily average out any situation, making him exceptionally average in strength, speed, and intelligence. As the average goob, he uses his powers to bring balance and harmony to chaotic situations, proving that being average can be an extraordinary superpower in itself.
Being average can be a superpower in and of itself. Oh, that was so good. Oh, that was really good. They are so remarkably average. Like, oh my god. It's almost like she roasted you, but she made it seem really cool. Oh, man. Oh, clip that. That was good. Woo! Oh my god. That was amazing. You are so remarkably average. Oh, that was good. I love this so much. I really, really like this tool. It will probably be a bot that we just run in perpetuity. Like, why not? Oh, that's good. Woo! Oh, that's really good, man. I'm really proud of this. Oh, you're right. The audio doesn't make it to the clip. Oh, that's a bummer. You're right. Shucks. Yeah, let me get that. The average goob is a reluctant hero who gained superpowers after being exposed to experimental technology at his day job as a lab assistant. Despite his initial clumsiness, he discovers that he has the ability to temporarily average out any situation, making him exceptionally average in strength, speed, and intelligence. As the average goob, he uses his powers to bring balance and harmony to chaotic situations, proving that being average can be an extraordinary superpower in itself. Here's the thing, I bet the YouTube has that. So we can clip it from the YouTube. We can clip it from the YouTube. Yeah, it's a really fun one. It's not an extension yet. It's just like a proof of concept bot that someone would have to run in a browser on their like stream machine. However, as an extension, I think this has the ability to go far and wide. I think we could actually make a decent amount of money off this. And looking at how simple our code is, yeah, man. Like, yeah, I need to make a thing that does this. I need to make that extension now. So yeah, I'm gonna do an extension for this 1000%. Whether we do it here on stream or whether I just like hammer it out at night, like this week, whatever. I think it'd be a really good thing. Yeah, this is a really, really good idea. And yes, I know I sound like Tally. Oh man, this is a really good idea. Right? But whatever. No, I think the actual hard part is making it usable by other people. Humor slider would be tricky. Yeah, I think that's like extra. Yeah, this is a really good idea. Ooh. Yeah, I really, really, really like this. Okay, so looking at what we got. Hold on, it's not going to be that. It's going to be dist, right? Let me just do a build locally just to be sure. Interesting. I wonder why that's so big. We might have to do like the bundle phobia thing, because that is a very large JSX file. Or not JSX, sorry, like JS bundle. But it does go to dist, and we can just call that good. So, boom, right, deploy, call it good. I think we're set. What the hell, Tabby? Ooh, good movie, though. We got 65 gigs free. Like, we're not having disk pressure. Like, so weird. Oh, hold on. So let's at least move. What we're gonna have to do, hold on, this, we're gonna have to close that, sure. super viewers. Oh. All right, get add dot. All right, so we got the code pushed up to super viewers. Oh no. In workflow permissions. That's it. So it's a settings thing. Rerun all. Do it. Do it now. How you doing, Frackery? What you up to? I feel like I've seen your name in other channels. What channels do I know you from? And thank you for the follow. Are you in Spiro's channel a lot? Yeah, your name seems really familiar to me. Sorry, you know, maybe I'm mistaking you for someone else. That happens. And you don't need to dox the other channels you hang out in. But I do feel like I've seen your name, so yeah, welcome. Cheers. Yeah. Specifically, I was wondering like what other like coding channels you hang out in because your name looks really familiar to me. Yeah, no worries. And you don't need to dox where I might know you from. That's fine. I get it. That's chill. Okay, so I actually specifically mentioned Spiro. Yeah, I feel like I've seen your name over in Spiro's chat. Probably Theo too, but Spiro's the one that I remembered most recently. So, yep, that makes sense. Well, yeah, welcome. Cheers. When you say Blue Prime, you mean the Primogen. He's on his blue arc. He's blue, dabba-dee-dabba-die, dabba-dee-dabba-die, right? Have people made that joke a bunch in his chat? I haven't been there since he had the blue hair. I would hope that people are making jokes about that, right? I would really hope people are doing like the dabba-dee-dabba-die like reference. Or am I just that old that like people don't even know that reference anymore? Right? He's blue. He lives in a blue world, in a blue house. Right? Like all that stuff. Oh man, that'd be good. I really hope he gets references to that. His whole world is blue. Dabba-dee-dabba-die, dabba-dee-dabba-die. Like, dude, yeah. It's stuck in everyone's head now, anyone who knows the song. What band was that even? Was that Eiffel 65, I think, right? I think that's Eiffel 65. Pepperidge Farm remembers. It definitely is. Damn right, X Factor. It's stuck in your head for sure. His whole world is blue. Oh, I didn't know that was one of Melky's emotes. That one's good. Oh, I like that. That one's solid. Yeah, that one's really good. But okay, so we got a permissions thing for our GitHub Pages action. What? Oh, I love this image. I love this image so much. Anyone remember Obey Clothing? Yeah, they got their name from this movie. The movie is They Live. He puts on sunglasses that lets him see the aliens living among us. Oh, that's a good one too. We're about to get medieval on this planet in the Dagobah system. We're about to get medieval on Alderaan. There we go. That was a better one. There you go, me too. Exactly. Right? Oh, man. Spooky. So hold on. Let me look at our code here. Did I do this part wrong? Right? Secrets.github token. That part should be good. Oh, I'm sorry, Frackery. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt because it wasn't your first comment. So, you know, it's a little better that way. So add Frackery. You're good. But at least please try and recognize that you're number 525, and we got to draw the line somewhere. What number would you have drawn the line at? I'm curious about that. All right, at some point, you would be tired of talking about it, right? But not tired enough to delete the tabs. 69, 420 would be also valuable. 42 would be fine as well, right? Nice. There you go, Kinslayer. Touche. How many toys we have open? Yeah, exactly. No, I know what you said, and that's why I pointed out that it's just such a boring conversation. We don't need to have that one again. About the tabs. Come on. We can be better. We can rise above it. Ignore your baser instincts. But I'm pointing out why your original message was deleted. Because we've dealt with it too much. No, it's fine, right? But ignore your baser instincts, right? I need to do the same thing a bunch of times, too. Right? It's fine. Don't feel bad about it. I'm just pointing out that we get it so often, that's why your comment was deleted. I've seen your round, so I know you're not trolling. So, you benefited from that benefit of the doubt because I recognize your name. So, happy to have you. Cheers. Yeah, exactly, X Factor. You're welcome. Honestly, you should be thanking me for that bit of nostalgia. Ooh, hold on. Do that emote big. I like that one. Yeah, do that emote on its own, and it'll be big in the chat below. Yeah, do that emote on its own. I want to see it blown up. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, that's good. He's dancing to the music. Damn right. That's one funky chicken right there. Oh, that's one of Ryan Winchester's. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, he's good too. Maybe I saw you on Ryan's stream the other night. I'd rated him just 2 nights ago. That might have been it. That might be where I was actually remembering your name from. I know, right? It's a very small community, for sure. I've seen your name, you know? It's a very small community. All right, let's try and rerun this again. I haven't run into this permissions issue for a long time. Yeah, I feel like this should have worked, like, immediately. I don't know what they changed. Hold on. We can just deploy to render. I'm fine with that. The burgers flipping on the beat? Hell yeah. When you listen to good music, everything's on beat. Oh, the background you're seeing? Yeah, that's from the movie Hackers. If you've never seen the movie Hackers, you've got homework. Sneakers is fantastic. Better is really hard to quantify. They're both fantastic films. You can actually go through life without needing to compare them in any way. They're both great films. If you leave it at that, you're good to go. Better is such a fuzzy, terrible term without an actual constraint. Better acting? Sure, you could say that, but better objectively doesn't exist. Unless you have something to measure them by, better is a bullshit term. So how would you quantify better? And instead, could you have said that in the first place? Sneakers has better acting. I'd agree with that, right? You got Robert Redford, you got Ben Kingsley, you got River Phoenix. Yeah. I think anyone would totally agree with that statement. But better in general, as an entertaining film goes? Nah, man, that's so subjective that trying to push better is a problem. They're both amazing, fun films. The moment you get into better, you actually lose the value of just, why not watch both? And again, over the top is fine. It depends on what you're looking for. Sloppy, yeah, we're talking about Hackers 1995. That's what that scene was from. It's a good, fun romp of a film. Right? So yes, you need to watch Sneakers. Right? They're both required watching. Saying one is better than the other without having the context in which you are saying they are better is immediately bullshit, though. No, I'm fine with that frackery, but saying better without the thing you're actually judging them by means that it's better in every single way, and I'm sorry, no, that's impossible. You can't even prove that. We could argue about better in terms of acting or production value or writing or whatever, right? but without like the qualifier of what is better, objectively better is bullshit. Like, there's no way of doing that. It's always subjective. But you're not even giving us a chance to actually debate. Same thing when you compare front-end frameworks, back-end frameworks, languages, any of that stuff. Without a qualifier of what you think is better, saying something is better in every single way is almost always bullshit. Right? You need to qualify your statements with how you think it's better. Otherwise, it's a shitty statement. It's a fuzzy statement no one can disprove and no one can even argue because it's your own subjective opinion, rather than could we objectively look at a specific part of what made the film what it is, right? So I just think I push back on the word better without context. And you didn't provide any context, and that's the problem. Oh, is that a purple elf? Yeah, that's a purple elf. Yeah, I like that one. Hell yeah. Maybe I've seen you in purple elf stream. I don't know, man. You get around. I get it. All right, so we gave render permissions to not everything yet. Again, that doesn't qualify it. When you say better movie, how? Right? Saying the thing it's a better of, right? The noun doesn't matter. You need to describe the context of what better means. Better movie still doesn't help us at all. Like zero. It doesn't add any context because they're both already movies. So again, you didn't actually say what's better about it at all. And I would really, really, really force you to either say what is better, not just describing what they are, because we know the noun that describes them. What is the context in which better is relevant? Is it better writing? Is it better acting? Sure. And we can debate that. But better in general is such a fuzzy, bullshitty way of talking about films or frameworks or languages or whatever. Until you have a specific context that you mean. And I'm going to push back on that every single chance I get, Frackery. You're still not getting the point. Better is bullshit without context. Calling two movies movies doesn't add any context. Right. You didn't add any context. Yes, we assume that you're talking about movies. If you were comparing a book and a movie, those aren't even the same context, so blech. Yeah, the lines are great. It's a living. Not a very good one. So Frackery, hackers didn't either. What does the boob scene actually change about the entire thing? Nothing. Now, if you dislike it because it did that, sure, but it's not actually, like, part of the story in any way. So why are you even judging it based on the story? The boobs aren't part of the story in any way. It was gratuitous, sure, but it doesn't actually affect the story. It didn't make us more or less involved in the story. It may be a gimmick, but it doesn't affect the story. The story is unrelated to the pandering to their audience. Unrelated, right? So you're judging it for not even the right reason. It has nothing to do with the story. It didn't make you more or less involved in the story. Did it get butts in seats? Maybe. But that's a different thing from the story. It's actually completely superfluous to the story itself. So if you're gonna judge it based on its story, then judge the story, not a random scene. The story is the same with or without it. So it didn't actually change the story. No, Swordfish is bad for way different reasons. Swordfish is bad for completely different reasons. Exactly, right? The boobs don't actually impact the story. That's what we're getting at. If you're going to judge it for the story, don't talk about a thing that's not related to the story. So you're judging it for something unrelated to the thing that you thought you were judging it for. That's what we're getting at, Gregory. I don't care if you agree, but you didn't actually give us anything relevant to the story with that critique. You think it takes away from the story? It doesn't. Whether it's there or not, how has the story changed? It doesn't. So you're judging it for a completely different thing. You can judge it for its writing, right? For its scene choice, sure. But if it doesn't change the story, how does it make it worse? Or how does it make it better? If the story is the same with or without it, it didn't actually have anything to do with the story. If you're talking about the directing, if you're talking about the structure of the film, those are separate from the story. The story is the story. So you're actually judging it based on a completely different thing. You might think you're judging it based on the story, but you're not. You're judging it based on the directing, maybe. Story and directing are separate. Do you want to judge it based on the writing? Sure. But story is separate from writing. Do you want to judge it based on the dialogue? Sure. That's separate. Story is the broad strokes of the 3-act plot, for the most part, when you're considering film. If you want to judge dialogue, dialogue is actually separate from story as well. The story is the 3-act structure and the things we were supposed to take away from each act. Story is different from dialogue. Story is different from scene choice. Story is different from location. Story is different from cinematography. All of that stuff. Story is its own very specific part of a film. So again, I would encourage you to critique the parts that you actually care about. And it will actually have a major effect on your ability to have conversations about the things that you actually didn't like. But saying that that's part of the story is just fundamentally incorrect. It has nothing to do with the story. The story doesn't change whether it's there or not. Right? Oh, bummer. And yeah, after you do so, if you are more specific about the things you don't like, we can totally chat about that. And I'm open to that conversation. But again, I will push back on invalid theses. Right? There you go, Kinslayer. There you go. Hold on. Wait, did I even give it access? I did not. The thing we want to give access is super viewers. Again? Yeah, you can crash. You're gonna need way more than just 2 media icons like us. You're gonna need an army. Ooh. No, right? Calling it GOAT is also incorrect. I'm going to push back on that too. We need the qualifier, just like Frackery needed the qualifier, right? It goes both ways. I think they're both fantastic films. They're a fun romp all the way through. And there are specific things that you can compare against them. Right? As I've already pointed out, I think the acting in Sneakers is just, yeah, amazing. You got Robert Redford, Ben Kingsley, River Phoenix. Like, every actor in Sneakers was, like, amazing for their role. Right? Even Werner, right? Like the guy whose voice is his passport. That guy was perfect for that role, and he acted it amazingly. So that's what I'm going to get at. There are certain things, right? Sidney Poitier. Oh my God, right? Even, yeah. You want a Winnebago? Yeah, fully loaded. Like, you know, like, yeah, it's like super good. Dan Aykroyd killed it. Like, yeah. I will happily say that the acting is better in Sneakers. I will absolutely give that concession. But it doesn't automatically make it a better film. You know? Because when you're watching one or the other, you're aiming for something different. They have different goals. They both want to be entertaining, but beyond the entertainment value, I think they have different goals. So I hope that makes my point a little bit better there, Frackery. There are certain aspects of it that you can easily point out as better, and those are easily arguable at that point. But in general, saying something is better is really hard to have a conversation about. That's fine. If it's your favorite movie of all time, no one can argue that, right? Sure. Yeah, there's not even a conversation we can really have about it unless we're talking about everyone's favorite film of all time. I couldn't possibly make that decision about anything. If we were to talk about my favorite film that was a box office flop, ooh, that's Ice Pirates. For sure. That is definitely Ice Pirates. My favorite film that was a box office flop, yeah, that's Ice Pirates. But we need the qualifier in almost every case to actually have a proper discussion about these things. So yeah, Frackery, we good? I wasn't trying to make you feel bad about it, but this is like a very common thread we have in this stream about how something is better, not just being better. Being better is really hard to chat and argue about. Specific things something is better at is actually a conversation that we can have, you know? For sure. And that's fine, Doclock, right? You can recognize that there are like deficiencies to the film that is your favorite film, and that's actually like a conversation we can have too. But like, you know, it's really hard to chat about better, you know? So yeah, thank you, Frackery. I'm glad we got there. Appreciate you. Thank you for not taking offense. You know, I'm trying to work on the way I phrase things too. I don't phrase things properly every time. So I could have messed up and really just misrepresented what I meant. And I'm working on it, and I'm getting better every time I do it, right? No big deal. But yeah, how you doing, Krasner? Mr. Sir. Mr. Sir. That is absolutely this chat, right? Because again, like, oh, well, React is better than Vue. Without a qualifier about those things, it is such a meaningless conversation. Absolutely meaningless. For sure. Thank you, Doclock. Yeah, I appreciate that. Is Hetzner a good hosting provider? I think that's a trickier bit, but we did see an article earlier. And I think technically... egress? Yeah, data egress. This right here is really useful. Right? Look at how much egress costs will cost you, and Hetzner actually ends up being really good in that regard. So if your constraint for Hetzner being good is based upon your egress costs, Hetzner is actually really, really good. But again, without a qualifier, saying is it a good hosting provider, it depends on what you're looking for, you know? Yeah, thank you, Doc. Right, exactly. Looking to host a forum. I would say for a forum, you could probably get by with any of these things because your like actual egress costs are going to be very small anyway. So any of these providers would be fine, I think. Especially if you're doing backups properly. If you're doing your backups right, it doesn't matter what provider you're on at that point. You know? For a forum, the amount of like CPU you're going to deal with, like the CPU overhead or RAM overhead, is going to be minimal as well. So like most of this is really not going to matter to you until you worry about what you're focusing on. GCP is fine. Yeah, totally fine. They're all usable. If you want to use Scaleway looks like it's free outbound egress for most services. So Scaleway might be a thing you consider too. Hetzner, Scaleway, Linode, DigitalOcean, who cares? Until you start hitting like some of these like bottlenecks where you need to focus on like a niche that they sell. And that niche might be egress. That niche might be the amount of like CPU cycles you get. The niche might be memory performance, right? Like, I don't know, man. There's all sorts of ways of rating these things that, like it becomes really tricky to try and have some categorical like one provider is better because they all optimize for different things, So you need to focus on the thing that they optimize for and use the service that optimizes for the thing you need. Bim, bam, boom, science. You want to know the craziest part? Let's scroll down to the bottom here. What the fuck? What the fuck? If you're operating anything that would go above a terabyte or 100 gigabytes, you probably don't want to use Render, Vercel, or Netlify at all. Right? Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Understand the service that you're using and what you need to do with it. And outsource stuff. No, so keep in mind DocLock. It's very important to recognize that that $111 is fairly in line with other services, right? Like Amazon or Azure. Pretty accurate, the egress cost. When you're already looking at around $100, the difference between them becomes kind of BS and who cares. Right? So when you're looking at the major providers, they're all kind of within the same like realm. And instead, you might want to opt for a service that gives you better egress costs. The big thing to remember is that AWS, Azure, and GCP are both going to give you a block storage that is almost infinitely scalable. Right? Same thing with Vercel, Netlify, Render, right? They are handling the scaling of these things for you. If you're operating on DigitalOcean or Linode or Hetzner or Scaleway, you are then responsible for scaling out the platform that serves your static assets that you're optimizing for egress cost for. So it really depends. Yeah, if you're using Linode, you are responsible for scaling that Linode instance. Whereas AWS S3 is, for all intents and purposes, infinitely scalable. If S3 goes down and can't serve your assets for you, the world has bigger problems, They do the scaling for you. Yes, exactly for you. That's the magic of it. Right? With AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, whatever, they are handling the scaling aspect of making sure that your static file server doesn't go down. Meanwhile, if you're doing your own static file server stuff on Hetzner, yeah, it's a single point of failure, and if it goes down, you're the one that has to deal with it at 3 a.m., right? And that's the big difference between serverless and your own instance of a thing. Right, again, right? DocLock. The big issue is how much do you think you need to scale this thing? If you just need to serve a bunch of files from a single server, and again, a single point of failure, just serving static assets will actually be able to serve a lot of data, right? It will be able to scale to a lot of concurrent users. So you could totally be fine with a Hetzner, and if you're not going above 10,000 concurrent users, you're not going to have a problem. It's going to be fine. But once you're above 10,000 concurrent users, then you got to think about it. Then it becomes a real problem. And again, I'm throwing that number out there. It's not necessarily important. But Nearland, if you're out there, I know I pushed back on you and these conversations. This is a great time if you want to chime in. I don't know if Nearland's actually watching right now, but Nearland, please chime in, because I think your input would be valuable here. So as far as mail services, Fastmail's amazing. I'm using Fastmail. The fact that you can have dozens of domains routing to one Fastmail account is actually really awesome and useful. Yeah, if you're a serial entrepreneur, Fastmail is probably your best bet. Right? If you have a bunch of different domains that you want to have an email address for, as a box, Fastmail is really good. And the amount of domains you can route to it is really good. So I recommend Fastmail for sure. Especially because I have dozens of things I might spin up domains around, right? I can have one actual email box manage all of them. And that's really huge and useful. Way more cost effective than Gmail, where you need to have a Gmail account per domain. Yikes. That would be untenable really quick. Yeah, I forget. I think it was Swix. Swix, not the wax company, but Swix Twitter. You know who I'm talking about, right? Oh, is it Swix with a Y or something? Yeah, this dude. He's awesome. I believe he was the one that shouted out Fastmail the first time I recognized him. I've never seen Porkbun's email service. That sounds really good. DreamHost and 1&1 and a bunch of those platforms are basically a free email box per domain you get with them. But you can't do the aggregation thing. Wait, how am I not following this dude? That's my bad. $4 a month for 2 emails? That's fine, but you could do Fastmail and it's $5 a month for 100 domain emails, you know? At some point, if you're a serial entrepreneur and you're launching enough services, the Fastmail option becomes way more viable than a lot of stuff. Zoho is amazing too, but Zoho is also one domain specific. Zoho will give you 10 mailboxes per domain for free, which is also really good. But I want to point out managing multiple brands from a single email is actually really tough. And Fastmail makes that way easy. Yeah, I want to say, again, without a qualifier, this stuff is meaningless. The qualifier we're talking about is if you have more than a dozen domains that you want to have one single mailbox deal with. So that's fine, that works there, DocLock, but it's not that, professional looking. Yeah, the qualifier is the most important part. If you have multiple businesses you want to manage from a single mailbox, that is incredibly useful. Yeah, if you only have one site, then you can use anything you want. It's not going to change anything. The moment you get into the, the multiple mailbox thing, Fastmail becomes amazingly useful. Right? Just simply like, do you want to set up a dozen different mailboxes on your phone? Or do you want to just have Fastmail aggregate all that for you? Boom, right? Like, obviously, duh. Now, keep in mind, I've got my main Whirligig Labs through Gmail, but I've got all my, like, sub-projects through Fastmail. And I think that's, like, a good, like, balance that I'm hitting right now. Paid. Yeah. No, so Whirligig Labs is paid Gmail, right? Gmail for business. I don't mind paying, what is it, $15 a month? I'm okay with that for my holding company. For my individual businesses that I could spin out from that holding company, no. They're just a thing that goes to Fastmail. The holding company, yeah, Gmail for business makes a lot of sense. That's a good call. Yeah. No. Like, free email, like, you are the product. As far as, like, the phrase when it comes to, like, free stuff, yeah. With most free things, you are the product. For sure. Yep. Honestly, I'm loving these conversations, and I feel like we're getting less into the BS moments we had yesterday. Maybe I have less of the lemonade in me as well. But what we want to do is get this deployed out and test it. Maybe I need to do a little bit of work on this on Monday, but I think we can actually test this right now. And yeah, what up, Robotic Head, Mr. Sir? So I use free Gmail for my personal account. Absolutely. Like, who cares? For your personal stuff, who cares? For business stuff, I think that's actually the conversation that matters. For personal stuff, who cares? Yeah, just use whatever. Meh. Yeah, my personal is still a Gmail account. I'm okay with that. And again, context is so important. I'm really happy that we're making that like a major part of the conversation at this point. I think it improves all of our communication. So yeah, thank y'all. Max likes snacks. Yeah, thank you. And hold up, Cotter. I might have missed that. Cotter, you're the man. You know that. You're still out there, right? I'm sorry for leaving you hanging. I really appreciate that stuff, man. I owe you a drink at TwitchCon this year, right? And I don't actually owe you, but I'm making myself owe you. I just still remember how bummed you looked when we were behind that group that cut us in line at Penn and Teller. Yeah, those people sucked. They sucked. Just the worst. You're right. Yeah, X Factor. That would be pretty good. Yeah, like a context comment, and to qualify a statement, not quantify. Quantify is a different thing. Quantify is about like having numbers. represent a thing, whereas instead, like, qualifying a statement is adding the context needed, typically, right? So yeah, qualifying is actually what we're looking for, right? The quality of the comment would be improved with extra context. No worries, just in case you weren't aware of, like, the difference between these things, right? Quantify is specifically about the number. Qualify is about the quality, right? Quant, like, literally meaning, like, number-based, you know? That's fine. Yeah, no worries. I'm not judging you for it. I'm just letting you know, and now you know, right? You can communicate better in the future anyway. So, yeah. Don't feel bad about that. I'm not trying to lecture you on, like, hey, use the language right. Like, no, I'm just saying, like, yeah, you can get your point across better if you use the right word. That's all. No big deal. I think I understood your intent, and that's actually the most important part. How dare you? No, we're good. We're good. We're having fun. Yeah, I'll agree with that. I think English actually evolves quicker than most languages, right? The amount of new words we get added per year, I think, is actually more than most languages. Yeah, exactly. To decimate something now means to basically destroy it irreparably. No, the literal definition of decimate is to reduce by 10%. But common usage is more important than literal definition. Exactly. Yeah. The fact that Stephen Colbert could create the word truthiness and it was added to the Merriam-Webster dictionary that year is amazing. That's really cool, actually, because the language is evolving, right? So getting hung up on the original definition of something is actually a bummer, and you shouldn't get hung up on it. I'm a person who gets hung up on it, and the word decimate used to trigger me for a long time, right? I would watch League of Legends, like championship series, like videos, and hear someone use the word decimate, and then see that someone got completely obliterated. That is not what decimate means! But at some point, the definition evolves, and I need to move on past the original definition. I need to move past the words that make it up. Right? Because the words are time-based. The time at which you use the word actually denotes the meaning of it. If you use decimate 200 years ago, yeah, it meant to reduce by 10%. Not that many people used that word 10 years or 100 years ago or whatever, right? Like, I forget the number I said. So if a word doesn't even get used, does it even have value? I don't know, man. That's debatable. If a word is so specific that it can't be used in real life, is there a value to that word? Maybe not. For sure. right? I love to use the word defenestrate. It means literally to throw something out a window. So I have never in my personal life actually defenestrated something. I've simply talked about things that need to be defenestrated. Right? It's a literal word that means something very specific. But sometimes it actually gets a point, like gets across the entire point you're trying to get, right? Yeah. Defenestrate that BS. Yeah, throw it out a window. Useful, but could you also just say ignore that BS? Sure. And it's really like getting across the same thing. So yeah, at some point, certain words lose their meaning when they're overly specific. But yeah. Real quick. How you doing, Sergeant Pepper? Hold on, let's do the other shout out too. Mr. Sir. How you doing? What were you up to today? And I don't follow you yet. I'm sorry. There we go. I solved that problem. You thought Helums was a word for heart power-ups in a video game, and it's actually just a surname. Okay, sure. Ooh, yeah, good point there, Billy Keene. And dude, you followed hours ago. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for chiming in. That's awesome. Yeah, appreciate you. Nah, Mr. Sir. Thank you. So, Sergeant Pepper, what were you doing? You were doing some Rust. I see the crabs. Get your mind out of the gutter. You got your Rust TwitchBot client connected and parsing Twitch messages today. Gonna start adding some chat command capabilities later tonight, but now it's dinner time. Hell yeah, man. Good job. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Dude, and I'm sorry, Sergeant Pepper. I don't think I realized that I wasn't following you yet. I know you've mentioned your stream before, but I never clicked the button. So I did today, and we're good to go. Everyone else should totally give Sergeant Pepper a follow. Like, come on. It's the easiest thing you could do right now. Just click that little follow button. It's a single button press. Come on. Make it happen. Yeah, Billy Keene, for some reason, your name reminds me of like I think it's like Billy Bean? Right? Like the, like you ever see the movie Moneyball? I think it's something Bean. For like Brad Pitt's character, right? But for some reason, when I see your name, I can't, like, my brain immediately goes to a reference of that. And I really like the movie Moneyball, so that's a great reference, so awesome. Yeah, it's Billy Bean, right? Yeah, no worries, Sergeant Pepper. I hope you got a bunch of follows. I really hope you do. Right? Like, everyone out there, come on, it's so easy. Just throw a follow. No big deal. It is Billy Bean. Thank you, Goatmeal, for clarifying. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. We are late enough. Hold on, let me message Acorn and see where we're at. Robotichead. Billie Jean. Right? Like, yeah, people singing Billie Jean quite often. Never heard Billy Bean. Yeah, that's a different thing, right? It's a good film. It's a really good film. But yeah, Billie Jean, Billy Keene, we could take it. We could sing the lyrics, but, I'm more a Moneyball fan than a Michael Jackson fan. Nothing against Michael Jackson. Yeah, sabermetrics and that entire, like, Moneyball story is really, really interesting and, like, fun. And the way they made that movie, you're gonna feel emotions watching it. Like, it's really good that way. Like, really good that way. I saw a clip the other day of the part when they're talking about, like, the dude that tries to round first base and blows it. And, like, Brad Pitt was trying to film that scene, and he just couldn't stop laughing. He's, like, crying because they're like... Ooh, ooh, I'm good. We can do this. I'm good. And he just starts, like, cackling again. Like, that's one of my favorite Brad Pitt clips ever. It's not even in the film. Shit, man. Shit. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Use it, right? You got Jonah Hill just telling you to use it, and you're Brad Pitt. You're Brad fucking Pitt, and you got Jonah Hill telling you to, like, how to act. Like, come on. Just use it. Right? He was fighting every urge to be like, shut the fuck up, dude. You know, like, for sure. I'm willing to bet money he had to fight every bone in his body to not, like, tell Jonah Hill to shut the fuck up. Like, you know, like, yeah, for sure. You're gonna tell me how to act? Are you fucking kidding me, Jonah Hill? Right? Like, oh man, that'd be a good moment. That'd be like, I'd love to see a clip of that. Just Brad Pitt, out of character, yelling at Jonah Hill. Ah, that would feel good to watch, for sure. That'd be solid. Nothing against Jonah Hill. I was in Thelma and Louise, man. I was in True Romance. Come on, Jonah Hill. Shut up. Right? Like, oh, man. Yeah, I could really see that being a thing. Oh, man. I was in an Interview with a Vampire. You shut the hell up, Jonah Hill. Right? I'd love to see that. Favorite Brad Pitt role? I mean, Fight Club. For sure. Fight Club for sure. Interview with the Vampire is a close second. Moneyball is amazing, right? But I wouldn't even put it at my, like, top 10. Like, it's probably in the top 10 for Brad Pitt. I really like his role in The Big Hit. Or not The Big Hit, sorry. The Big Short. The Big Hit's a totally different movie. That's the best Mark Wahlberg film ever made. If you didn't know that. The Big Hit is the, like, oh man. Without a qualifier... No one can prove or disprove that statement. Instead, it's the most, like, Mark Wahlberg feels like a human being. Rather than, like, the fake persona he wants us all to think he is. Right? The Big Hit actually humanizes Mark Wahlberg more than any other film that he's done. I don't even think that dude's actually human. He's humanized marketing. He's a humanized Calvin Klein ad. Right? It's like they made a Calvin Klein ad and then, oh my God, he existed out of nowhere. This is the personified Calvin Klein ad now. And then they just made films about it. So Goatmeal, you're saying Brad Pitt. River runs through it. I have not watched that one. That one's like pre like me caring about film as much. That one's like early Brad Pitt, like just he's like the pretty boy in that film. But he's probably still really good. It's also a Robert Redford film, right? It's really early Brad Pitt. I believe it's probably around the same time as Interview with a Vampire. For me, Interview with a Vampire actually made Tom Cruise like more human. Because he took a role in which he wasn't the supreme hero, you know? He took a role in which he was almost an anti-hero. Like, just really good. Yeah, Interview with a Vampire is magical because it gave us dramatic Brad Pitt in a way you hadn't seen him before. It gave us anti-hero Tom Cruise, and it gave us Kirsten Dunst. Like, massively. Like, really well done. Ooh, so Algo Bro's ready. It looks like Acorn's gonna be ready here soon. All right, so yeah, we're gonna wrap up stream. Tomorrow is the day off. Yes, Sundays are my day, and I actually want to, like, really focus on trying to record my next YouTube video. That means I'm going to need to go find, like, portions of my AST-focused, like, things that we've built, and making a video about that. Beyond that, I might take what we've done so far and run with it and make, like, you know, like try and make an extension just on my own time. Because, again, like, I don't think the Twitch extension is that important to show y'all. Like, you've seen, like, the big part of what we're trying to do. I'd love to deploy this out and do some other things. I could totally delete this GitHub action. That's fine. Yeah, I enjoy a day off. When I say a day off, though, like, I'm still streaming, but it's just over on Gaming Stream. So, if y'all want to hang out on Gaming Stream, we're going to be over there tonight. And I'll also be over there all day tomorrow. And yeah. Yeah, we're having a good old day. Man, we had really good numbers today, too. I'm really just pumped on it. The numbers we sat on weren't even from, like, massive raids. Again, I appreciate every single raid. MSEC, Sergeant Pepper. I think we got another two. Ninjatron. Awesome raids. But there are days where, like, we hit, like, the 70 viewership number or whatever, like, some average, where, like, it's totally predicated upon, like, the raid that we got. And I think instead today, we hit those numbers because people wanted to chat and chill and hang out and see the project we're making. And that's better to me, right? We got some raids. The raids were awesome. They massively helped. Like, I don't want to disregard the raids in any way. But we're sitting at, like, a number that, you know, we haven't naturally hit for a while. And I'm really happy about it. So yeah, the chat, the things we, like, discussed, the thing we were building today, we got more to, like, test and, like, validate. I want to say on Monday, because I'll let it go to another day, sure. Part of my interview for the company will be shouting out what we did and editing what we've done over 3 days, sure. Could we have done it quicker? Maybe, but I think the chat is still valuable, and I don't want to disregard chat while just building out a thing, right? Like, that's boring and gross. Instead, taking our sweet time and discussing things while we build something is actually, like, better because it gives other people more time to see the thing that we build because it's spread out over more time. So I would really hope that the company I'm doing a take home for right now understands that and recognizes the value of it. And I think what we've already showcased and done with their product, would I typically expect sponsorship money from that? Probably. I think instead we can just showcase the value we bring from building with their product on a regular basis. So yeah, let's go raid somebody who's streaming right now. Who's even going? What do y'all think? Any preferences? Anything bigger, better, whatever? Defenestrate the chat. Just throw him out a window, man. We see the Coppinger. He's cooking right now. We see Talon's 29 days of exams. Oof. We see Mawixi. Post-birthday stream? Oh, I think Mawixi. I think Mawixi is where we go. I'm totally down with someone with low numbers on like a major, like regular basis. But this is Mawixi's post-birthday stream. I'm sorry there. Neshlab, we get that too much. You're number 526. Where would you have drawn the line of being, like, tired of hearing that? Right? So yeah, I think Mawixi's a great stream. They just stepped away for a second. So, we're gonna wait. We're gonna chill. No, you're not banned. We just deleted the comment and I explained why. If you can't understand why it got deleted based upon the entire, like, bit of context I gave you, I don't know, man. That's on you. I told you why. I literally did a command and explained it and asked you what number you would have drawn the line at. That's on you at this point. No, we don't want the command, like, incremented. Just get it. I did the tabs command for you. You're number 526. How many people would you actually want to hear mention that thing? I bet it's less than 100. How often would you like someone actually mentioning that stuff? Right? Just use a little bit of empathy. Just the smallest bit of empathy to know where I'm coming from as a streamer. The smallest amount of empathy you can give us, I think would still, like, qualify and satisfy that. Yeah, you're saying basically infinite amounts, and I think you're lying to me because you would not tolerate infinite people questioning you on that, right? So you're just lying to us. How much do I care about what you have to say now? You have zero empathy for my situation. I can have zero for yours too. There's probably, right, like, dude, I'm chatting at you right now. You heard me, right? So I'm not sure I actually believe you at this point, because you responded to me as if you heard what I was saying. All right, there we go. Mawixi's back. Yeah, I assumed you were trolling. I knew you were trolling. Like, how much do you think I actually want to entertain a troll? So you got one more chance to be a person worth talking to there, Nashla. If your next comment sucks, we will judge you for it. But we're going to go raid Ma Weeksy. Yeah, no worries, Bob. I'll be over on Gaming Stream. We're going to be playing some Pal World, I think. And yeah, Ma Weeksy is doing their Twitchversary and post-birthday stream. This is amazing. This is the best, like, chance we could have to raid them. This is awesome. Hell yeah. So we're going to go raid into Ma Weeksy. Thank you all so much. This was a good stream today. We did a lot of good code. We didn't prove out the project yet, but we'll do that on Monday. No problem. And it'll be really good. Do whatever you want with my open source repos. They're open source for a reason. I don't care. Most of it is MIT licensed. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Anyone that wants to hang out over on gaming, yeah, we're going to be playing some Pal World later. No big deal. Grab that link. Give it a follow. I'll be there in, like, less than 10 minutes. We'll actually be playing the game after I get some, like, food cooked. But, yeah, I'll be live on that stream here momentarily. So, let's go raid Ma Weeksy. I'll see y'all again soon. I'll be live on Gaming Channel tomorrow, and then this channel on Monday. See you soon.